Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Thursday edition of the stream. Today, we're going to be working on some more Insignia dev. I've been working on platform physics, and yeah, I'm very excited and feeling not too bad. I was feeling very tired earlier today. I didn't get much sleep last night, but I've had some caffeine in me, and we're back. The bags betray my energy, though. You can tell how tired I am. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat. It's me. No one in chat yet. And a big thanks to Cardback for the most recent follow and Universal for the most recent subscription. Thanks, everyone. Alrighty. I want to say, well, nothing. I just want to get straight into it, I think. So this is where I'm at. I've done very well here. We, earlier on in the week, we were playing around with the idea of these one-way platforms, and we were kind of challenged by, viewer of the chat, friend of the stream, Pixel Fireplace, to consider a stateless solution for this. I am not necessarily going down that road, but I'm kind of following the ethos of a stateless solution. Just a no-state solution, you could say. And I think I actually have it. I think I'm like one commit away from this working exactly how you would want it to work. Completely scalable, no dramas, super easy. So this is the strategy. It's actually really cool. So what I'm doing right now is the last place that you jumped from, you can see the little crosshair blue circle underneath the feet, right? That little circle, what that's doing is checking where your feet were last, basically. And the player controller already checks like which thing we're currently grounded by. So what's happening is when I jump down, all of the platforms say, hey, am I at the feet of am I the thing that you just jumped off, basically? If I am the thing you just jumped off, and you sort of jumped very close to me, right? Like this little crosshair is like really close, then just disable me for a little bit until you're below me, and then it comes back online. So it's not disabling, it's actually ignoring the collisions with the player controller. So now we can like make these extremely narrow drops down without worrying about dropping through both of them. It used to be time-based a little bit earlier, like yesterday it was time-based. Today it's basically selecting which platform to drop through, so we can arbitrarily drop through anything. What else is cool though is that we can also select which platform we want to be on based on some heuristics. So right now it favors the one you're on. Okay, so at all times the platform that I'm on is the one that we'll land on. So if all of these are ignoring Armin, unless they're the ones that he's already sitting on. But I think we can do better than that, because I want to be able to jump up onto this and run on this. I mean, it already works currently because when we jump, we're not selecting anything. We're not standing on anything. So anything we are above will activate and we'll jump on that. So you can just sort of like jump off this, run down here, jump up here, run over to this, run down. If the player understood this heuristic, you could just jump wherever you wanted. But I'm going to add one more heuristic, which is to, if you're holding up, select. So actually, the real bias right now is that it selects based on the sorting order of the renderer. So you can see here, like, if I turn the gizmo off, it looks like this is in front, this is in the middle, this is in the back, right? kind of looks like they're descending into the background. So it picks the foreground thing first, or the higher thing first. That's, well, it's like, it'll pick the higher thing. It'll pick whatever is under you, if there's nothing under you. If there are two things, it'll pick the thing that you are, that is in front. So I guess the trick to solve, to prove this would be to take this guy and then draw it as if it's in front. And there you go. So the things that are in front win over the things that are behind currently, unless you jump. But we're going to make that one step better. We're going to make it that if you hold up, you go up into the background. I don't know yet if I want it to bias down. I haven't decided yet how that should work. We could do it directionally. We could come up with some things, but I just want to additively add some more logic to this. So that's what we're going to do right now. I got some food in my gum. No, I think that's more like, I think I might have burnt something here. Okay, we're all good. We're good. So, quiet stream today. What do you think? Is there a particular, anyone have any ideas? Is something happening? Enemy tracking. I mean, the enemies already behave reasonably well on these. However, whatever logic we've got currently will be, there's no selection logic for this stuff for the enemies. So they will just do whatever the logic lets them do, which I guess in this case is just to stay on this platform because they're already on it and they won't go back. Oh, okay. He picked that platform. So they just pick whatever's higher, I guess, right now. I could probably kite him up the stairs. Yeah, he'll just come up. No, as of last stream, I solved that. So, hey, Mareknov, welcome. So last stream, basically the solution I have right now is that anything that I want to support existing in this space, which currently does not include items don't behave well, but coins and enemies and projectiles, they just need to register themselves to the system. So it's this register object. What they do is they call onto like a singleton, hey, I want to register myself for selective collisions with terrain. And then from then on, well, at that moment, for the coins, that happens once. They just ignore the things that are behind them and don't ignore the things that are below them. And then for enemies, it's happening every frame. They're just picking which things should be ignored or not ignored based on where they are in the level. So the same thing that's happening with the player character, minus obviously there's no input related stuff that they're doing to decide what platforms they should be on because they're not trying to do inputs. But maybe we could. Maybe like I could easily make them select, downhill if their target, if they're running towards you and you're downhill, I can make them select downhill for sure. We could get to that point. So the selective collision system is working right now. It's perfect. These are all polygon colliders, so you're technically like in them, but not colliding with them because you are below them. That's what that logic is doing right now, which is great. It's doing a really good job. I'm so proud of this thing, and it means that just to keep the thread logically of where we are, the point of this is because I'm looking to do, in the general sort of like level design of Insignia, I want to be able to do more overlapping geometry to create more dense puzzle space within the span of one screen. That's the overall goal. So how can I make it so that the whole game's, levels aren't just restricted to like levels that look like this, right? Where it's just like, well, this is the play space and this is the geometry and that's that, right? Like there's nothing that can be happening here because unless you put geometry there, I don't think that it's okay, but it's not ideal because it limits what you can put on one screen, basically. The player character can navigate, pretty easily around the level, but yeah, one-way platforms just save you from having to, like this thing, if I was to screenshot this, actually, I don't even need to screenshot it. Exactly what I'm showing you right now, in the game right now, needs to look like this. And you can't fight on this platform because it's like stairs and then like empty space and then more stairs and then empty space. It sort of like complicates the traversal because it's all on one layer. So having it be on multiple layers means less emptiness which means more content, basically. It just means per screen, more gameplay. So nailing that I guess what's the word? That geometry challenge is what this is about. So we just want to select which hill we're on. So I've abstracted this out into this should ignore. And then I've got a few criteria and I've made them all their own functions. So below, so the platform's below if we are below character. Let's call this below character, or character dropping, or character has other platform. So, no, it's character is below. I guess for sure this character is dropping, character has other platform. Cool. So this is like the 3 criteria for when we should disable this relative to the character. Another one that I want to add though is character is selecting us. It's kind of like the next one. So the logic is something like this. For platforms, when we have this and this, and then we have this and this, we want to be able to say if the player character is selecting, is pressing like, this is the, player character is, they've got a D-pad here, and they're selecting up and right. If that's happening and I'm uphill, then choose me. This is, I don't know how we're going to solve this yet, but we're going to solve it. The beauty of this is that it means we only really need to solve this problem of up and behind, I'm pretty sure, because below is not a problem. Below, actually, let me have a think. Yes, below is not a problem because below is above. And in front, yes. If below is in front, then you only need to solve the in front, and we're already solving for that. So as long as I don't have parts of the game, which why would I, where you can go below and behind, that makes no sense, right? Like why would you want to go behind geometry? If let's say this is like a staircase, and then there's like another staircase, you would never want someone to be able to go to a staircase that was below and behind the current one. right? Because imagine that. Imagine this is just like a solid wall here. Why would you want to be on this geometry? No, I don't think so. So we only need to solve for behind and in front. I mean, behind and above. You know, like this. This we can solve because you want to go up and then up. So we just need to check for above and behind. This feature, I was talking about alpha test on itch when Armin is home. Yeah, so I'm currently solving that. I mean, like, I've had that solved for a long time, for the most part, but this is kind of like a more general purpose version of that. So there's not really, I guess, well, hang on. Technically, this is behind and below. Maybe I do need to solve that. I mean, it's behind and above here, but it is, well, I don't know what would, we'll get to it. We'll get to it. If I need to, I'll use this feature for this specific context, but for like other kinds of context in the game, we can do different things. So yeah, I like how it is now. I think it's great, but we'll come back to this. This is kind of complex because there's like 4 different renderers here, and they're going in front or behind of the player character. They're using a different solution altogether. So we'll solve this here, and then we'll see how this expands to that. Hey, Kratesh. So let's keep going. Let's have a look. So above and behind is the only thing we need to solve for the level design stuff we're trying to do right now, which means is above and behind. Bool is above and behind. So what's this trying to do? Character is character, yes. I don't think it needs to be a player character. We don't need to do that. That's fine. This is dumb. No. Get out of here. And then, nah, I don't need to do this. I'll write this myself. So is the player, is the current ground renderer up in front of us? Is our edge higher than the other edge? That's what it is. Could probably could just have a secondary terrain not connected to the system in the foreground of that section. Yeah. Hey, HJ Mass, welcome. Very tired, but feeling good. So this is pretty easy, although I think what I'd like to do is go self-awareness. I wrote this little, what's this called? Struct called last ground. And the idea here is that I populate this from the character, every character, NPCs, players, enemies, all contain one of these, and I can populate it with information that then the platforms can check, basically, like, am I the ground? Where is that ground? What's its, whatever. So we can work that out. I was wondering, how did you learn game dev? Did you take online courses or just by tutorials? I learned game dev. So, game dev is a whole bunch of different disciplines, right? It's art, it's code, it's design, it's sound effects, and it's music. It's production, right? There's all of this, some computer science stuff that's not necessarily the code, but blah, blah, blah. There's all this stuff. Am I Melbourne based? No, I'm in Sydney. So there's all this stuff, right? Animation. I learned like this, some of this myself. Like some of it. Like I got to start in high school, even as a kid. Like I loved to draw and even to animate things. I taught myself in high school how to do that stuff. Even music. I taught myself how to play guitar, and I downloaded FL Studio and I was playing around with that in high school. But then I went to university for design and basically like entry-level computer science. So I learned how to write code, how to do user-centered design, how to do UX design, interaction design, even some sound design and stuff. I learned that at uni. Then I was, doing my own sound effects and stuff too. Production, I kind of learned some of that from my uni degree, but then also I worked as a UX designer in an agency. So I learned some of that there. I got, even more design skills, some business skills too, which is important. And all that time, I was still teaching myself this stuff after the fact, like after uni. Like I was doing animation before and after uni. And I was just gathering the knowledge, And then like engines, like Unity. Unity uses C# and I was learning Java. These two are so similar that you can kind of just, if you know one, you know the other one. So, I just kind of like bridged that gap and then learned how to use the Unity engine. And then, you just, if you know how basic interactive code works, anything with an update loop, maybe because you've done web development, like I've done a little bit of web stuff. So like or even just if you've played video games, you know what a tick rate is. So once you know how to do like code, I use like processing to use Java with a canvas to do runtime stuff. Once you understand like runtime code and you've written some C#, now you're just learning the Unity editor, right? Now it's just like, oh, okay, like this is like the scene view and this is the little play button and, the scene hierarchy and the timeline and whatever, like the inspector. Okay, I just have to learn what this thing is and what code libraries it has with it and how to use those. At that point, you have the technical skills, the technical skills of like, how do you code? It's not like a walk up to the university, spend 40 hours in a course, walk out with the information, and now you know how to do it at the level of a professional. It's like the difference between learning the alphabet and learning how to write versus writing essays or writing books. Like you get incrementally better at all of this stuff the more you do it. And you should, if you're trying to do it all, you have to be doing it all the time, basically. So it doesn't really matter like where you learned something. You can learn it on YouTube. Everything here you can learn on YouTube or on like a Harvard free online course or on Khan Academy. You can learn all this information, the actual core of it, anywhere. But the intangible skills, the higher skills of like, how do you make a game fun? how do you manage scope? How do you navigate the design space to find something that is worth your time and interesting and maybe even worth someone's money one day? That's really, really, really based on experience and time. Even things like networking, how to become a valuable member of an industry, right? How do you collaborate with other developers? How do you specialize if you think you only like one thing? Becoming a professional in the space is very different from I know how to code, I know how to do art. Working with other people, leading other people. I'm running a business. I have people that I work with who are contractors, who are junior to me, and I direct them. Directing is a skill, So honestly, like the world is just like that these days. You being a valuable person in an industry context, you can learn a lot of these skills, the important skills, just in any job. And it's just about finding a way where you can practice the technical skills and the social skills in a way that someone's paying you for it. Sometimes you have to do two. You have to do them separately. You have a real job and then you have your hobby, which is game dev. And that's where you just figure it all out. If you're really lucky, you can do both in the same time. But yeah. Did I get Twisted Tower? I haven't got it yet, but I know that Thomas released it a couple of days ago. It's not really my kind of game, unfortunately. Like that kind of like first-person shooter, horror, puzzly thing doesn't really appeal to me. But I'm happy to know that it's good if it's good. Thomas doesn't need my support. Thomas is a much bigger creator than me with a much bigger audience. I think if you're interested in the game, you should buy the game. Public. Why can't I just call that ground? Oh, there is something called ground already. What is this? Layer mask profile. Ah! Okay. And now on... Mortal Shell. It's on my radar. I haven't played the first one though, so I don't really know if it's any good. I've been playing Lies of P, actually. I've been picking up, I don't know if you guys remember when I was playing it on stream. I sort of picked it up in my downtime. And I'm finding it, how do I put it? I think Lies of P is quite a... It's better in the Soul. It's better than Souls games in one way, and it's worse in others. Like if I was to compare it to any of the Souls games, I would say it feels like Dark Souls 3. Not as much Bloodborne. I mean, I know it has a Bloodborne kind of aspect to it, but in terms of the combat feel, maybe I haven't played Bloodborne recently enough. I guess it just plays like Bloodborne. But there's something about it that I don't think I'm in love with, which is, I think the combat, I kind of want more from it. It feels like it's trying to do things, it's trying to take an established formula and push it, but it doesn't push it in a way that I think is enough to differentiate it. I don't know. Or maybe a better way to put it would be like, say the combat, okay? In Lies of P, there's this kind of like Bloodborne crossed with Sekiro style combat system where you can block and you can parry. But blocking in Lies of P is really not advantageous. You get punished really hard for blocking, and parrying, which requires you to block just before you get hit, is quite hard to do. So the game incentivizes you to do one of two things. Either just stay away from enemies and roll around them, try to backstab them, you know, just avoid the whole parry system altogether, or be really, 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 really good at parrying, which requires you to learn the enemy animations, which requires you to block, right? So it's like quite punishing to play the game the way it wants you to, and rewarding to play the game in a way that it doesn't want you to. And I think that balance annoys me, that aspect of it. Like, you get punished in 3 different ways for blocking. When you block, you lose stamina, you lose temporary health, which is like becomes permanent health if you don't get it back in time. And you lose your weapon durability. So you actually get punished three different ways just for holding the block button. But you have to tap the block button at least to guard against enemies, and you can't release the block button. So it does this thing that Sekiro actually does much better. In Sekiro, if you tap the block button, it checks when the last time you tapped it was, when enemies hit you. So if you tapped it and released it in the last, say, 100 milliseconds, as Sekiro is bringing the sword down, he'll guard again because you tapped it recently. In Lies of P, it checks if you're holding it currently. It doesn't have a buffer on it to see if you recently pressed it. So if an enemy's attacking you and you tap it, and you're on there's like the before, current, and after. If you're in the after period of tapping it, you get hit. Even though the timing was right, as in if you had just been holding it instead, that from the buffer when you pressed it to when you got hit was within the tolerance to parry it. But because you happened to release it within that time, that's not, that doesn't count as a parry. So to me, that just feels like a quality of life issue. It's just like forcing you to handle your inputs in a way that's not really intuitive. Or at least just like it should be, if the rule is guess when the enemy is going to attack you and press the block button, releasing it shouldn't violate that. Like you pressed it when you got attacked, right? When being within some amount of time. So I would have, it's stuff like that I think it's like within the first year of building that game, I feel like that's something that would have come up in discussions. And I would have said, if I was in the design team, you have to support the negative edge of that button press. You have to support the release time as well. And if it's within that, the same way they do in Sekiro, right? Even Elden Ring does it that way. In Elden Ring, you have the cracking hard tier, I think it's called. Just something hard tier. It's in the DLC. It creates the Sekiro guard. It behaves that way too. As in the Sekiro way, not the Lies of P way. So I don't like that because I want, when I'm playing a game that has parrying at the center of it, I want to be rewarded for trying, right? So if I'm doing something that, or if I'm trying to engage in a form of play where the enemy attacks are very unintuitive, like they do the, what's the word? They do the Expedition 33 thing where enemies will have very awkward attack patterns because it's got the parry timing at the core. So they try to throw you off by having enemies, you know, swing once and then swing again and swing again and then once more. It's like just to confuse you. And I just think that isn't, it gets a little boring when playing that game requires you to first learn the moves. It's almost like you get punished for something you have to do anyway, which is I have to see all the moves to know how to parry them, because I can't react to this in real time. There's no world where I'm going to guess the number of hits and the timings of the hits the first time I'm interacting with this thing, because they're coming at odd timings, and the character isn't fast enough for me to like attack and then block. Like I can't interrupt my attacks with a block. I can't interrupt my attacks with a dodge, and dodging doesn't count towards parrying. So there's this like, I think the incentives just need to be balanced better in Lies of P for it to feel like I'm getting what I want out of it. And at the same time, my brother is also, who was playing the game when I started it, and his strategy was like face roll, like a brainless strategy. And he got through way further in the game than me using like the starting sword, right? He just upgraded the starting sword, and the starting sword, if you choose the technique weapon, it's just a stab. It's just like jab, 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 jab. And so he would stun lock bosses with this repeated jab without having to parry them at all. Like he wouldn't learn the patterns. He would just hit the attack button a bunch of times. So it's like, why add that, you know, as a developer, you should be, if your game is like about parrying, or if like that's the way that you hope players play it, then you should incentivize them to play it that way and not incentivize them to play a different way. That's the thing that I think about a lot when I'm working on my game. And I think Lies of P doesn't quite get it right. It feels good when it's working, but I find myself, if I beat something for the first time, like an enemy, if I walk up to an enemy that's like a difficult enemy, like almost like mini boss style enemy, and I beat it the first time, I feel like it's because I did the thing that I do in, if you're like speed running a Souls game, the best way to avoid getting screwed by enemies is this, right? The bosses will have their health bar, and then there's an invisible sort of stagger meter as well that the boss has. If you can fill this bar which usually involves hitting them a certain amount of times within a certain period of time, or parrying them a number of times within a certain amount of time. If you can break this bar, then you get a visceral attack. If you get a visceral attack, the boss drops down, you get time to heal, you get time to attack once or twice, and then do your visceral attack, and then you get another couple seconds after that to like hit them as they get back up again. So you can basically cancel out like a third of a boss fight a lot of the time just by optimizing the stagger, right? Like, so I feel like when I'm like winning in Lies of P, it's just me min-maxing the stagger times. It's just like, okay, I'm going to use these two moves that I know I can do from a range to half fill the stagger meter. Then I'm going to come in and use my heavy weapon, which dashes in and does a massive stagger attack. Then I'm going to use my, Y button attack. Then the boss is going to go down. Then I'm going to get 2 more free attacks. And then it's just like, when you play a card game with someone who's like Magic the Gathering or something, and they're like playing their turn and their turn takes like 20 turns. That's what it feels like winning looks like. It's not like I'm playing well. It's like the boss isn't playing at all. You know what I mean? Whereas what I want out of these games is I want to see the full moveset of the boss, and I want to dance with the boss. I think Sekiro does that really well. From memory, maybe it's a little bit like this. I can't remember loving this aspect of Sekiro, but certainly Elden Ring with the cracking hard tier, I really enjoyed using it in that way. So I don't know. My favorite thing to do in Elden Ring is have like the anvil hammer. This is DLC stuff. Anvil hammer, cracking hard tier. You parry, parry, parry. Or like, it's like a block, really. It's not a parry. It's like block, block, block. If you don't think you can get the big... oh, no, that's what it is. Blocking doesn't take away stamina and mitigates all damage and increases the damage done by... they're called... What are they called? Guard counters. Guard counters. Powering up a guard counter feels so good in DLC Elden Ring, because it means you can you're being rewarded for the Simon Says, and then you get your big attack, but it's not a stagger that you're doing. It's just an opening, but it contributes to the stagger. So I don't know. It's just it's such a finicky, picky thing, but it totally changes the way the game feels to get this stuff right. The dance thing is like, for me, the more a game feels like choreography or puzzles, the better. Well, it's a tricky thing to balance, but yeah. I loved that thing. I thought that was so, I don't think that Promised Consort Radahn is fun unless you have the cracking hard tier, for me. What's it called? It's not cracking hard tier. What's it called? Deflecting hard tier. Yeah. I don't think that fight's fun unless you've got deflecting hard tier, because you're just dodging so many attacks. And he's got the after image moves. It's dumb. The fight's dumb. Okay, let's keep moving. What the heck? Oh, I didn't, oh no, I did. How did I fall through that? Oh, I jumped while holding down? Okay, cool. So, the thing I wanted to do was, that's right. I don't need to do this. It's Wait a second. Collider equals platform collider. Yeah. Yes, that's what I want to do next. Not that though. PC software is ground collider. Let's try that. How about a rough-like? Do you mean roguelike? That's not good. I wasn't really reading what we were doing here, so maybe I should go back to it. It was so annoying when he was like, oh, I've just been spamming R1. I was so annoyed. I was like, what? I'm like trying to like perfect parry the red attacks, which is hard to do. And when you don't get it right, you just die in Lies of P. How about a roguelike? How about it? What's your, I don't know what you mean. What's the question? Player isn't choosing us. So if we don't need to do any of this, really. What is the actual logic here? Return true if, yeah, this is what we're going to do. If character dot self-awareness dot platform ground dot platform is not null, is platform is ground platform controller other. Yeah, I think that's literally all I need to do. And just return false. But that doesn't work. I think I think I know why. It's ground.set collider null. Let's try that again. Oh, doesn't like that. Set collider. I think I have to do it that way. Nope. I see what I'm doing wrong. Okay, so it's not this. Oh, damn. I have to focus a bit here. Okay. Still good. Yep. Fantastic. Okay. Oh, you want to say return that. Yeah, that's fair. The concept of die and getting stronger. Oh, yeah. I mean, sure. I think roguelikes they're a very fun pattern. I don't have a problem with them as a genre, for sure. I play roguelikes. I like the idea of meta progression between runs. I think it does mean that sometimes balance can be a little bit weak. You know, I think like sometimes a game can be poorly balanced, but because it's a roguelike, eventually the player gets powerful enough to beat it. And I think that in a roguelike, the formula can be so addictive that even if it's poorly balanced, sometimes that feels good. Like just because you're bashing your head against a wall and eventually the wall goes down, you know? So it's a strange one. There's a reason why there are so many roguelikes. Okay. So, if character is grounded and yes, this is almost no, this is not that actually. Oh no, it is. Wait a second. This isn't quite right. So it's actually like if the player has a platform that's in front of us right now, then we need to check this. And this is harder because I don't think it's actually necessarily available to us, this logic. Yeah, I do think it's a dark pattern. I think we don't really have a sophisticated enough we don't have a sophisticated enough design language, I think, in like academia, especially in game design, to describe the responsibility of a designer to a player. And I felt this. I remember like a year ago, or a couple of years ago, I was reflecting on how Stardew Valley made me feel. And I remember saying it felt like Stardew Valley didn't respect my time. And it's strange because like the game is a lovely place to be, right? The music's lovely, the graphics are lovely, the activities are fun, you know, you're constantly building your farm and things moving forward. But something about the way that the day-night cycle works and the way that you get like pulled away from a task before you can actually finish it, or like you can't, finishing a day starts a new day. And the getting the dopamine hit of like cashing in on all the work you did yesterday happens after a new day starts. So once you start a new day, once you end a day, you don't put the controller down. You go, oh, a new day started. Now I can pick, you know, I can harvest all the fruit that I got and go to the store and buy things with the money that I earned, which creates a new day. So it's like you never have enough time to do exactly what you want, but you can kind of feel that you have a responsibility to reap what you sowed the previous day. So you kind of can't get off. You know, there's like this, like you're constantly stuck on the loop of Stardew Valley because you can't, there's never a good time to put the controller down. I know that's like not a, like that's just what the game is and that's fine. But there's something when people say, oh man, that game's so addictive. It's like, is that a good thing? Like, is that, I don't know. I think so often we look at games and we say, I loved that game. I played it for this many hours, or I played it for this many hours. I must have loved it. But I don't know if that's the word that actually, like, I don't know if that's the same thing. I have the same sentiment with this game, Kingdom New Lands. I love Kingdom, but there's a lot of that game that doesn't respect your time because it forces you to do a lot of running back and forth. What it does do is it allows you to depersonalize, or like dissociate. There's like a dissociative quality about playing a game that puts you in a loop, and the loop just keeps going and there's no end, but you get a little bit of good brain chemicals for a long time. That feeling is like, escapism is fun, and carrots on sticks can be engaging, but if all you do is play games that are like that, your relationship with gaming might not be as fulfilling as you think. Or like you might look back on that time years from now and say like, oh, I don't know if I like spent my time well. Like when I look back, I can say it so clearly because I played so many games as a kid. I look back at Final Fantasy X, Kingdom Hearts, and I say, I loved those playthroughs. The first time I played Kingdom Hearts, life-changing. I carry that game with me. I look back at Counter-Strike. I played way more hours of Counter-Strike. I can't remember. I only remember the traumatic times when I was playing Counter-Strike. I don't like look back and go, thank God I spent 400 hours of Counter-Strike when I was 13. You know, like I don't value that time having spent it. I feel like I wasted that time. And I spent way more of that time playing it than I did any of the RPGs. But I remember the RPGs. I feel good about those games. They shaped me as a person. They taught me things like I feel really good about. Yeah, it was 1.6, of course. So I feel like as a developer, at least the kind of games that I want to make are the kinds of games that made me feel good, not the games that just distracted me, you know? And it's not one or the other, but like there's a responsibility there. But all competitive games, I feel like competitive games are a form of procrastination in a lot of ways. Like I played so much Counter-Strike and so much Age of Empires and so much Overwatch and so much Street Fighter 4 and 6. I've played like maybe 5,000 hours across those games. More, maybe 10, you know, across all the competitive games that I played growing up. So many hours put into just like grinding ladders. And it's not time that I value looking back. Like, you know, I'm glad I hit master in Street Fighter 6, but like, you know, I was distinguished master guardian in Counter-Strike Go, but like, so? Even chess, like I like playing chess. I just hit my highest elo I've ever hit. I'm like 1335 now. Meh. It just doesn't feel good. I don't feel better now that I'm at a rank that's higher than any of the other ranks I've had. For some reason, it's just not satisfying even being good at the games. It's just compelling to try to be good. You know, I spend all that time just feeling insecure about my current rank and wanting to be better than I am. But I don't feel good being better, just trying to be better. You know? And as you get better, your standard for what's good enough goes up. So now like you feel crappy. It's like I hit master, but I'm not high master. You know, I'm not legend, so I'm a scrub. You know, and you start looking at like the percentiles. It's like, oh, I'm a 95th percentile chess player, but chess.com's kind of broken and I'm not really, you start discounting it, you know. All right, so I'm going to do some work now. Thank you for the focus mode. So what we were trying to solve was, yeah, I don't have, there's kind of a problem here. What I want to happen is I've got this slope coming up and I've got this slope that we're on. And the idea is that I want to be able to pick selectively this one if you're pressing right and up, right? That was the logic. And the concern here is that the only way for me to know that I should be picking this one is if this slope starting here and ending there has a gradient, right? Or a normal, or whatever you want to call it, a slope that's higher than this one. Right? That would be the obvious way to choose that. Now, the concern is that the moment where you're evaluating this thing, this decision, if this is my player controller, yeah, it's a little bit of a rounded edge on this guy. So we can sort of just round that off a little bit. But the moment when we're checking this is right. Let's put this up here. The moment we're checking this input is right here. Okay. Once you're here, I mean, that's going to happen in the span of 1 or 2 frames, right? You're going to go from here, from not being on it to on it. Once you're like here, you're going to feel that jump up. If this suddenly toggles on and you go, whoop, you're going to feel it. So is it enough to do this evaluation the second you step onto this? Because that's where we're about to check. Like the only thing we can check is if this edge, which starts here, the green, you can't check if the player, I don't want to check a radius from this point around here and do raycasts or whatever. I don't want to do that to detect upcoming platforms. It's way, way better if I can check the platforms that I'm on right now. That's the goal. We could do some sort of proximity test, maybe, but like I would much prefer. Hey, K-Chuck, welcome. I would much prefer to just do the check in real time. So my real concern is that I don't think we're even going to be able to do that check until we're after this point. Okay? Like the position, the player position, this dot here is the actual thing that we're using to test. That's my concern. So we won't be able to test it here. We're actually only going to be able to test it here and after. So there is maybe going to be a bit of a jump. But we'll see what happens. We'll try it. I'll try it the dumb way using the existing functions we've got, and then we'll see if we need something better than that. I have a feeling that this actually is going to be, the problem is this won't scale. So if this gets a much wider, like a fat enemy, they're going to be not checking. They're here, and then they go to here right after. So got to be careful about slopes, and especially when these go much higher, like 45 degrees, right? That could be really ugly. So yes, we can check in front and behind. It's doable. It is doable. You have to then check which way we're facing. I do that already, but yes, I'm supposed to be focusing. Shush. I have to mute you guys. Sorry. I will be back. Give me at least 3 more minutes of silence. Okay. So player has platform in front. Yes. Now is our edge higher? So we both have to be above. So I think this check above and behind. I guess it's like literally like if is above character, literally like that. So we are above and the player has a platform in front. So now the check is our slope higher than the other slope? And the easy way to check that is to see of the 4 edges. No. They have to be of the 4 edges that the player is facing. Because if I'm coming down a slope, if I'm coming down this slope, I can't check this. I have to check this versus that, I guess, or no, this is only if I'm walking up the slope. But still, oh, Jesus. I have to be on it for this check to even work. Or in front of it. I mean, the worst case scenario would be something like this, where like this is higher here and continues to here. Maybe that would be an issue if I'm checking this edge, but I'm not checking that edge. I'm just checking this edge. So I should just check the highest one. Yeah, I guess that's going to work. Now this is above. I actually need to do this twice. It's not actually just is above. It's literally this check. So this is the foot point. That's the bottom center of the collider. We can do front foot. We can do that. It might be like foot ahead point or something like that, but we'll start with just foot point. So the check is, I've got like, these are, I kind of want, oh, I've got the edge. So that means that this is the edge we select. So then we don't continue, we break. So we say vector, it's a... What is top edges? Oh, yeah. Yep. So at this point, we've found the edge, and the edge is this one. So now I say, I've technically already just handled the is above. That's what this is. We could have written for is above. We could have done an out with the edge that we picked. But I won't do that right now. Okay, chat, you can come back. Do I like cheat codes and Easter eggs? They're okay. Okay. So take, or I need current edge. Okay. I need this, whatever this function is. Hang on a second. I don't need to do that. I don't need to do that check at all. I don't need to do any of this. I just say if they're holding up, be on this one. That's it. Nope. Nope. Okay, let's see if this is happening. Oh, above him is above and behind. Oh, I was so excited. Closed shape 1. Let's debug log that. And not shape 2. Player is above and behind because closed shape sprite is in front of closed shape sprite. So that's returning true. But then if that's returning true, I don't believe it. It's lying to us. False. True. It is returning true in those moments. Hey, Yugan. Welcome. Insignia is going well. It is returning true in those moments, but it's not going green in those moments. Oh, hang on a second. This is should ignore. So it should be and not. Hey! Oh my gosh, we solved it. We did it, chat. Check it out. Oh my gosh, I can just freely run on any of these. Holy. That's sick. This is powerful stuff, man. The only thing is, if you're running on this, what do you expect to happen? I'm holding forward. Do I go this way or do I go this way? If I just hold forward, I just run. Is it stay on the platform you're on, or is it pick the most horizontal one unless you press down? What's the logic? What would you expect to happen? Stay on the place you're on or switch to the thing that's more forward? Stay on. Sweet. That's what we got. That's so easy, dude. That's so easy. We're done. We finished. So now we have just arbitrary selection. You can just move up, forward, down, whatever you want. So good. Damn, that was amazing. I want to see if I can get this really tight on there like that. I need to see the other one though too. Yeah, I want this like literally right there because I want to test it under the worst circumstances. Well, I mean, you can see here what stay on is because they're colored differently. One's clearly in front of the other. That's the point. Dude, that worked. Hang on. Work that time. Work that time. Work that time. Work that time. No. Okay, we need to be a little more. We need to be a bit better than that. Or I would need to bring this point further down. So it's just because I made this really, really tight. The problem is this edge. Well, I mean, why wouldn't you be on top of that edge? Unless it's like my keyboard. Oh, is it because I'm facing the other way? No. No, it's just not working sometimes. Yeah, I think it's just, let's have a look. We can solve this a couple of ways. We can either do like more careful like level design so that it's more lenient, or you can see it's flickering there. Yeah, what's happening? I got this. What's happening here is that I was just describing it on the frame where you pass through this, right? The exact frame where you pass through, the physics system, next frame is going to put you up here. Yeah. But this frame, you're underneath it. So because you're underneath it, that violates the you have to be above it clause. So it turns itself off before it can adjust you back up. So that's the issue. I can fix that by making all of this happen on fixed update, I think. It should have been happening on fixed update anyway, but we'll see if it makes a big difference. Okay, it's actually worse. And now it doesn't work at all. That works, but that should also work. Okay, the next check would be, have I got a, I think I've got something called late fixed update somewhere in the game. I have a thing that runs last, and then it has a callback that it can call things on, so that I can call late fixed update, and then they will get called last. So that's hopefully after the player character has decided where it's going, then we can do the check. But that didn't seem to fix it, so it could actually not have anything to do with the fixed update. The tough thing here is that I'm pretty sure position changes if you have extrapolate turned on. position changes not during fixed update. So you actually can't even afford to do the checks inside of fixed update. So let's just go back to update for now, and we'll see if we can make this more or less stable later. But the thing that I want to do specifically is I want to, this is above check. I want this to be a little more lenient. So here I've added 2 pixels. That's kind of arbitrary. I don't think that should be there. I mean, that's 2 pixels. That's 2 free pixels. What should it be, like 4? If this can't work with 4 pixels, what's going on? Hang on. Let's see if this is more reliable, I'll use it. Still fails sometimes. Do you know what we could do? No. We do this, we do that, but here we do this and we say, y val greater than 0 to 0. Exactly. But actually it's going to be like 6.02. So actually it's only if you're holding up that we give you extra. That looks like a winner. Hell yeah. Pretty good to me. Okay, let's commit that. Okay, so I'm curious about the platforms you created. How does the game engine decide the colliders for determining the walking surface? How does the engine decide the colliders, you mean? Like these colliders? Or do you mean how does it determine which ones it selects? Like, are you asking how it determines what they are, or how does it determine which one you're standing on? Virtue. And then the obvious Ricky says, hey, I've been watching here and there, mostly through VODs while I'm dozing off. What's the need for this implementation versus using your platform logic and having them be drop-downable? I remember when you were ideating this, and I remember thinking that you have platforms that could allow this behavior. Or was it not quite what you were looking for? So, yeah, I can explain. The current fall-through logic in the game is very limited. There are two, actually, this is the third implementation I have. So there's 3 implementations. The first one is stairs, which was just like its own thing, where it's like you have like special colliders, special triggers that determine which, whether the stairs are on or off, which layer the stairs are on, so that they're actually like a one-way ground layer. And it was kind of very limited to the player character because you can't toggle this stuff for individual enemies. That was the first thing. So not very robust, only worked on stairs, and the stairs were only really going to be in 1 or 2 scenes in the game. It's not bad, but not super extensible, at least not easily. Then I had the fall through platforms, which are these thin platforms like this, which are okay, but use a similar system to this one-way ground thing, and were based on time. So like I couldn't have like 2 of these like this, because I would be checking based on like jumped and then some time. So it'd be like, oh, if you just jumped, turn off all of these colliders for the player character. So they weren't really making a distinction between, you or like which one you were jumping through. It was just like, well, you're dropping down, so they're all off right now. I also wasn't able to make a distinction between an enemy being on this one or that one. Like for as far as enemies are concerned, these are colliders, proper colliders. This solution goes a little bit further. This solution is about how can I have this situation where I have like a collider like this and one like this and one like this. Maybe there's like a slope here. How can I stack a lot of geometry very easily and kind of like almost arbitrarily so that we can have much more dense general purpose, like Z-layered collision, where you've got multiple things in front of and behind in a way that doesn't require me to do much hand holding. I don't need like extra trigger colliders. I don't need to like manually place the things or like, yeah, just all I need to do is set the collision, give it the script, and make it look like it's in front or behind. So the problem was that the things that I had were working great, but they weren't extensible. I couldn't use them general purpose, and I couldn't use them for enemies. So the idea here is like an enemy couldn't walk up a set of stairs in my game before. They would just have to stay at the bottom of the stairs or at the top. I don't have any stairs in the game where there are enemies. Also, no enemies can drop through these or like selectively choose to go down these versus forward. That just wasn't possible because the system that I was using was layer bound, and the layers only, they were like toggling a layer was something that only the player's game object could support. And the worst part is the system that I had also wouldn't have worked for multiplayer. So if the way I had it before, if there's one person trying to drop through a platform and I wanted the game to be multiplayer, everyone would be falling through at the same time because one person triggered the fall through event or like the fall through thing. Yeah. If like player 1 was dropping through the platform would go on a layer that nobody collided with before. Now, I don't have 2-player yet, but I'm thinking about it. And the solution I have right now works for any player, any NPC, any enemy, arbitrarily, doesn't require an additional collision layer in the game, and doesn't require any extra trigger boxes or any special logic for arbitrating like what you're doing. And what's great is that I'm one step away from enemies choosing to go forward or up as well. I'm almost there because I'm using it based on whether or not whether or not the character's input intent is selecting up. So I can make it that an enemy can select to go up easily. And we'll try that. I'm going to do it in a cheap way. Oh, dude, I just found a bug. I freaking just found it. I've been looking for this one bug for like a year and a half. I think I just figured out what it was. I think I literally just found it, dude. This input intent currently is on enemies, but it's actually hard cast to the player controller. So I had enemies that were looking left when the player looked left and looked right when the player looked right. And I'm like, why is that? But it's because I'm literally hard coding it to the player's input. Wait a second, but input, wait a second. Input is just that. And this comes from xdir, which is, actually, no, I might be okay. What's assigning this? Oh, no. I should be okay. I should be okay. But I think that's right. I think I am right about that little thing. So let's try something. Let's see if we can make him follow us. Okay, so we're here. He runs after us. We go down. He's going up. Why is that? Is this doing that? No. Okay. I think I know why. Because I'm doing this only for the player. This is only doing this check for should ignore player. Oh, no, but then it should ignore character. So Oof, this is tough. How am I going to debug this? my little trick. I make a boolean called dbg that's public on a thing, and then I just toggle it on the two things that I want to check against, and then I just check if they're both dbg, because like these platforms, all of them have the same script, and then the enemy and Armin are both characters, so I don't want the log to log for Armin and for these other platforms, just for this platform and this enemy. So I go to Armin and I say, as long as he doesn't have a dbg set to on, his is off. So I go Martin dbg on, and this platform dbg on, and that should be it. So now I can check. Okay. It's the same check either way, so it shouldn't be reversed. Should ignore is the same. So dropping below. Oh, hang on a sec. Hang on a sec. Character is below should be true. No, should be false in this situation. Oh, that's weird. Martin is below is true. How is that possible? Because the Martin is here. It's saying that the Martin is below this thing. I guess technically it's the point that I'm checking for the Martin is like down here. The hack you just wrote it in, setting up the intent. The hack that I just wrote in was in target awareness, and I was saying if the position is above mine, I'm holding up. That seems fine to me. If the player character is above the enemy, enemy holds up. No, this is saying Martin is below is true. So if I look back over it here, this is saying that, well, the character should be below, so we should ignore it. Actually, that's fine. So the idea is if any of these are true, we ignore the platform. As long as above and behind is false. Hang on a second. Oh, wait a second. It does. It seems like that must be returning true. Let's just check this. Oh, it is saying true. Maybe you're right. One sec. It is pressing up. Dude, you're so right. What the heck? Oh. Hang on a second. The hack just makes it go up and there's nothing that makes it ever go down. So it's just going to be always up forever. Whoops. Hey! It's such a shame that he can't seem to... He keeps going airborne. I can fix that. I can fix that. So we got it. That actually totally works. Sweet. Now we're going to make sure he can walk up slopes. Hello? I'm back. Sorry. We're back. Sorry about that. I hate when that happens. We dropped out. Okay. So, all I was saying was that the enemies now are they're still a little crude in their pathing. So it means that like the enemies literally, it's not going to be able to do like A star or whatever to figure out, okay, you know, if the player character is above me, you know, in this moment here, he's not going to run left, and then right to get up the hill. He can't strategize that way, at least not right now. So this is the best we get. I think it's pretty good for now. To do it this way, I'm pretty happy about it. I guess I just want to fix that little issue with him falling over as he's going up 45-degree slopes. So let's go see if we can solve that. I think it's to do with this. First of all, let's commit. Hello? Fork? I'm sure that'll... There we go. Whoops. No, I didn't want that to happen. Oh well. I don't mind committing. I don't mind committing to the design branch. I just didn't... It's not what I wanted to do. Okay, so let's try this on a couple of other enemies just to check. So let's try it on like the Hunden. Because it should just work. There should be no distinction between how the Hunden does this and the Martin. It just should just go for it. Oh. I don't know what that is. Why does he do that? When he turns around, he gets stuck. That should still work. I think what's happening is he's being obstructed by this collider, but he shouldn't be. It's like as soon as he walks past this, he loses sight of us. If we put him here, what happens? Oh. Okay. That didn't work quite well. Why is that so different from the other guys? Oh, he's got these physics colliders all over him. Bruh. It's these. So dumb. I just need to get rid of them. They're no good. What was even the point? Why would I even ever want to do that? And this? What is the purpose of this? This is enemy no collide. I think is physics. Let's have a look. Enemy no collide is NPC and player no enemy. It's rounded. I've got this as physics. I guess I don't need that. Ding, 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 ding. This one has to go. There are better ways of doing this. I probably don't need to do what I'm doing right now. Oh. Damn it. I think I have these because I don't want the player to be able to roll past this guy. Okay, I have to support it then. Damn it. Damn. Okay. All right. There's a better solution here that I can use, which will save everybody. So the issue is that we have a number of physics colliders on the character, and the solution that I'm using currently only really listens for one kind of collider. So Armin has a lot of stuff on him. He has this thing called Nav Collider. Nav Collider is like a permanent physics object that just lives on that player character. Unless I turn it off, that's where his physics is. Originally, when I made the game, I was kind of promising that all of my animations would have special physics colliders shaped to the character. So if you had a collider, if you had an animation where you sort of like ducked, that I could make you shorter, basically. I can still do that, but that should be an exception, not something that I have to apply every single animation frame, especially because if I move it, it screws up the character's position. So basically it's, you get this is who you are, this is where you are, unless stated otherwise. Currently, this is the only collider that I'm toggling the physics for when I'm in these multi-layered backdrops. So instead what I need to do is when we check in platform controller, when we check on an enemy, this one here should ignore. If the answer is yes, then we need to toggle all of the physics colliders on that enemy. So this check NPC interactions and even the player interaction. I have a question. Do I need to... Maybe the player is being included in this already. Why don't I just... Is it a different check? No, it's just should ignore player. But that doesn't work. Okay. Why not? It happens on Life Awake. So actually, maybe I should be able to do this. I just take this away. And then I literally just go update, take this away. I think that's all I need to do. Everyone's the same kind of thing. So this will apply system-wide to the player and to the NPCs without me having to selectively choose the player. Hopefully. If I'm smart. If I'm a good dev, this will just work. We're a good dev. By my own definition, I'm good at developing. Sweet. Okay. So I don't need to be selective anymore. I just say, everybody, this is your criteria. Okay. So now the next question is, when I ignore the collision, this needs to be all of the colliders that the player has. So this is like for each. Oh God. Collider info array, retro.collider info array, and this is a mono behavior, right? Yeah. Collider infos equals c.animator. It's not even that. It's like literally c.get component in children. It's really ugly. And it's just literally ignore collision. Info is a collider info which has a col. Okay. That wasn't so hard. It's not a nice check. It's really ugly. I might be able to get it a different way because I don't want to have to do get objects in children every frame so many times. But hopefully it means this guy will now just walk up to me. Yeah, buddy. Dude, having a game that's mature like this feels so good. It means I can just like, I can get stuff done in a way that means I don't have to build anything. It's going to be hard kiting him up here. No, it's not. You coming, buddy? You coming? Boo, boo, boo. Boo. Boo, boo, boo. Boo. Boo, boo, boo. Shouldn't have come on these stairs, bitch. Okay. And this just works, right? This is just, everything just works. Like, I made a game, the game is functional. So good, man. It just feels like I did it right, you know? It's such a good feeling. So now it needs to be efficient, but later. But even if it is efficient later, like even if it's inefficient now, it's kind of not a big deal. Am I messing with time, delta time? I don't need to mess around with time delta time that often. So that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. Wow, it even selects between if I'm grounded, it goes past it. If I'm not grounded, it goes onto it. That's what I would expect to happen. The fact that combat is working on these like rickety, you know, diagonal platforms just like this is, I'm very proud of myself. I couldn't do this like a year ago. I just wasn't capable. I just wasn't a good enough developer to do this. I didn't have any confidence in the game's systems to do this. There's no way I could have done this. It's great. It works perfectly. It's like, I'm not even thinking about it. This I'm still a little concerned about. I still think maybe walking on the platform that's closest to the angle you're pressing might be the better play than staying on the one that you're on. But I think maybe this is a bit ambiguous anyway. I think it's not a great example. So am I doing much with time delta time? I mean, Unity has a time step anyway that's intervaled out using time.delta time. So I'm not doing much of it. Sometimes I do. It's very rare when I have to do that. If I'm modeling velocity on frames based on distance traveled between two fixed updates, yes, I'll use time.delta time. But people talk about it. People talk about time delta time like it's this massive game dev hack. It's like one of the most basic baked in engine features. It's like game dev 101. And it's not something that you have to even think about if your game has if your game separates physics time from graphics time, you almost never have to do time delta time. It's only in like Game Maker that you would have to do that, or like an engine that doesn't separate those two loops, because you don't know how long it's been since the last update. So you have to check how long it's been so you can scale the maths functions on the physics updates to make sure your character doesn't jump too high or too low or whatever based on the frame rate. It's important, but it's like, you know, it's like a foundational thing. If you don't have it somewhere, whether it's in your pipeline or handwritten, like your game won't work. But every game needs to work, so everyone has to deal with it one way or another. Cool, we're good. Okay, do we want to optimize this anymore before we go on? It is ugly. It's a get component. It sucks. It's not that bad. It could be worse. Let's look at the hitbox manager. Collision info. On hit, on damage, on hit, on damage. Collider info. Is there a collider infos? Is there hitboxes? Add new hitbox. Instantiate hitbox. Active frame objects. Here we go. There's collider info. So collider info for all active hitboxes. That's in a layer. I think we just want active frame objects. I think that might get us where we need to go. So for each in c.animator.manager hitbox. Hitbox manager? It might just be manager. Box manager. Okay, fine. And then what's that called? Active frame objects. Hidden. It was actually something that came up a little earlier. No. No, it is active frame objects. But it should be like get active frame, get active hitboxes. Not here. This has collider of type, has active layer, has active collider on layer, is banned. No. That's what I want. Yeah, and then I don't need to do this. And then, oh, we could just say ignore all of them. Yeah, that's fine. We don't really care about hitboxes or hurt boxes. So we're toggling more boxes, but we're not checking every frame. So he should be able to run at us, no problem. He just won't be able to like attack the ground, I guess, which is no big deal. He couldn't do that anyway. Okay. No more get component. Sweet. Except, no, that's okay. That's only once. Man, so good. We're getting wins, chat. We're winning today. We're winning, son. Oh, dude. I feel like I could just make any level I want now. I could prototype anything with a bunch of gray boxes, and I don't have to worry about anything. I just do it. Wow. So the next thing is, could I just remove this altogether from this and have it behave the same way? That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's not fine. Because this technically ooh. Oh, that's very ambiguous. Why is that doing that? So we should ignore if we have platform in front. This is actually called player. Oh, I see. It does have a running button, yeah. I see. This is because we're not checking to see this, because it's not a platform. We aren't doing anything with its sorting layer. So like, we can't do the in front check. I could just check to see if it's a collider, and I can do the get component. So I could say player has ground in front, and then else. Let's spit this out. No. No. Yeah, same check. Okay. Sweet. We fixed it. Now it works. So you can't drop down this because it's not a platform, but you can still choose to go up or forward. Sweet. Have you considered using the running state to decide on which slope you continue? Nah, I've got the angles, so it's good. Hey, Legendadev, welcome. Sup? Updates. Commit that. Dude, I solved it. I solved it. I have like a perfect system now. The only other option I would want is something that allows me to selectively determine if you're allowed to drop down through a platform. So right now, I can walk on any platform. I can ignore any platform. I could drop through anywhere. That's the problem. I want to be able to drop. I can very efficiently and selectively drop through one platform without dropping up through another. Like I can choose very carefully. But what I can't do is say, oh yeah, you should be able to drop down here, but not from here. That's the only thing you can't do right now in the system, is like for me to ban you from dropping through at a certain point, which is not a big deal. I just need to, like, I imagine I would have some sort of visual cue to the player. If this was like a set of stairs, for example, on a castle wall, it would be something like, you know, you would have the banisters of the staircase going up, and then you would have like a broken section here, and then you would have the slope, and it would be on the broken section that you'd be able to jump down, but you wouldn't be able to jump down through here. So it would be, once I have like a visual way to say, hey, you can't drop through here, then I think that's fine. The easy way to do that would be to have a trigger, to do this basically. Copy this sprite shape, copy paste, take this guy and go, hey, I'm now going to take, not you, this. I'm now going to take this and put it here like a wall, all the way here, all the way here. I can go away. I'm going to put this here so it's like a little, delete that. And I'm going to do this as if it's a little castle wall. Dude, these are so chunky. Why did I do this? You know, something like this. And then as long as you're not inside of this thing, you can drop down. So I would connect this to that. I would say this is now a trigger. And then I would call this like triggers. And then I would say, you know, this shape has a blocker that is that. So I would say like, actually, there is a... there is an is fall through check here. So, oh, is touching? Ah, I didn't know that existed. Holy shit. Dude, I've been doing so many checks for like things colliding with other things. Is touching. Dude. Wow. Okay. The more you know. Of course that function existed. This is where GPT is really good. This is where AI code is amazing because it suggests functions that you didn't know existed for people who aren't prepared to read the documentation. Okay, so now this is a fall through blocker on that. So I can do something like this. Actually, hang on, not quite yet. This doesn't have a, yep, it doesn't have a thing. Cool. So I can say, okay, we can run up here, we can run up here. I can't drop here, but I can drop here. Amazing. That's exactly what I wanted. And then this needs to just be on like, you know, foreground 1. So I can drop here. I can't drop here. Dude, that's so good. This is how I should be building the game from now on. Just with a bunch of gray boxes like this. Not even with the tile sets. I should build it like this. Oh no! Down we go. There will be so much more fun stuff in the game if I build it this way. Because the tile sets are too rigid. I'm doing too much pre-designing using tile sets that don't have this feature, and me taking the time to go make the tile sets support this feature is not worth it. It's not helping me to do that. I'm just making more limited games than I otherwise would. So like this thing, this staircase, let's fix it. We'll do it from scratch. This whole thing can just literally go, and I can just create a 2D object, sprite shape, closed sprite shape, call it gray box. Make it, you know, middle ground 1. This sprite shape profile, I'm trying to do, I want one that's like, maybe that's fine. And then make this super tight, and then go edit shape, grab all of these, make them pointy as hell. That's perfect. Make them a little bit grayer, literally gray boxes. And then we can go crazy, right? So it's like, there's one layer. This is actually what I was trying to do. And then platform, controller. We get, this gets a polygon collider 2D. This goes on there. And that just exists now. We make another one. We take the shape. We make it a little bit lighter. We make it middle ground 1 and we bring it down like this. We take this guy, copy paste him down, like, I don't know, here. And we just do the same thing again. Give ourselves a little bit more breathing room with these colors. Cool. And like, that's it. I think that's literally all I have to do. Except make them all part of ground. Ground. Done. Amazing. That's exactly what I wanted. Oh, it feels so good, man. I have a feeling, I have a sneaking suspicion that I'm going to be ditching a lot of the like tile sets for this game in favor of like handmade assets. I am scared of that because there's so much power that I get for doing this, but like, should I be doing it? It's tough. But I think we'll be okay. I think so. I'm not sure. That's fun. Why did that do that? What the heck? How did that? What? Oh, because it's got the platform controller on it still. Whoops. Yeah, I can have a mix. Okay, sweet. Yeah, it's this little handover that I'm a little concerned about. But it's not a big deal. I just need to like kind of do something like that. Dude, I'm so grateful to Pixel Fireplace for nudging me in this direction, asking me to like push a little bit further. Ah, that's so annoying. Really? I got to be a bit more obvious too. No. Of course there'll be textures. Yeah. That's so weird. It's like we lost it. We were on it and then we weren't on it. Is it because when I run? No. Oh. But that surely you would want to work that way. I think the key here is something like having this always be on that side, and then like extending this out so it's more like that might be the way. So I mean, you can do this, but having this slope like that is better than the alternative. So like this slopes this way, and then this comes across like that, and then not to have like this one, essentially. I think that's the better approach. So now it's down here and then across. Yeah, that's way better. Yep. Perfect. Yep. And then you never have to worry about how that works. Sweet. Okay. I'm learning. Yeah, dude. So good. I wish there was a hotkey for push. Maybe there is one, I don't know about it. Preferences, maybe? Custom commands, updates, integration, git instance. Nope. Is there a reference maybe for hotkeys, keyboard shortcuts? Sweet. Control Shift Enter. Ah, that's better. Cool. I'll remember that. Okay, man. I mean, like, this is a perfect example. I got this pub in the game, and I'm like, I don't know. There'll be an upstairs, there'll be a downstairs. It's too complicated right now. But now I could totally make this work. I don't even need this right now. Could do this. And then literally do the same thing again. 2D object, sprite shape, closed shape. Give it a polygon collider 2D and a platform controller. And then that goes there, and then this goes there, and then each of these is a pointy one, and that's it. Now I can just make it whatever color I want, put it on the mid ground at, 0 if I want, and then just make it the top layer of the staircase that I want. So I can say, okay, there's like maybe a set of stairs that sit, maybe it could be like -10. I think in chapter 1 it goes, there's like 2 sets of stairs, but maybe in this one I'll just have 1 up layer. So like just like that. And then another one. I guess what I could do is put this all the way back there, take this one, and then just remove it. From here, how do I do that? Haven't quite solved that yet. Why doesn't that work? There's no renderer. Oh, it was throwing an error. Hey, Fauzan, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome. But it has one in children. I didn't like that. I needed to change that. What is going on here? Any other errors? Oh, this is all of the other characters in the game. It's Goro. He doesn't have an input. Try again. Still no good. No errors, but I can't. What did I do wrong when I built these today? They're both on the ground layer. Sprite shapes. Platform controllers. Fall through blockers, none. Everything looks good to me. I can't see what could be going wrong here. Only this is the concern. But I still can't drop down this. Oh, what the heck? What the helly? Yes. Oh. Wait a second. Yeah. This uses this. This uses this. No blockers. I literally just had this working. I wonder what's going on. Why you know? -10, -11. That all seems right. If I take them away, what happens? Everything's fine. I put 1 in. It sort of works. That shouldn't happen, but whatever. I take 2. No good. Okay, what is wrong with you? Why are you so annoying? I don't know. I don't know why this one's not cooperating. I didn't do any shenanigans with anything there. It's coming up all green. Even though this shape, this here should be red underneath there. This edge. So why is that edge? Oh, because I flipped the normals. Dude, that's bad. I crossed these over each other and I made them by definition anti-clockwise. Yeah, wrong winding order. Exactly. You know the lingo. Exactly. So, yeah, I mean, like, this feels like if you're here, you want this to go forward, right? You don't want it to go back down. Whereas that's what's going to happen right now, because it says, well, the last ground that I was on is this one. So stay on this one, right? But that doesn't feel like what this is. It feels like when we go up to the next step, we just expect it to continue. Like maybe I could sort of cheese this to do that or something. But even that doesn't make sense. So I don't know what you would do. I mean, I could make you jump for it, but I don't really want to do that. I think I need to figure out a way to handle that. Maybe I should force you to press the button if you're going down. I mean, it's not a big deal to make you jump. It's not going to kill anyone, but it'd be nice if I didn't have to. Getting a little high there, though. It would be cool if this kind of like pirate place is kind of like a little more platformy. It's like a bar, but it's all over the place. Bit more haphazard. Like just that. Oh, that doesn't work. Why not though? You should. Surely it's not that. Why don't you want to work? Is it the wrong winding order again? But we can test it. Yeah, it was. Damn. So now we can make all kinds of nonsense here. See, I've been missing this in the game. No, I don't have any ideas for super bosses yet. I haven't really got that far. Yeah, this becomes like so much more interesting and valuable now with what we can do with the levels and stuff. I mean, like I can just do anything. Does that work? Literally, I can just... Oh my gosh. Yeah. That's not good. Just make the ramp a triangle so your last walked on collider is naturally top. I was thinking about that, yeah. I was thinking about it. I had it sort of like that before. But I feel like as a constraint, it's a weird one. Because I got to make it really close. It's like I've got to make it literally like that, you know, for it to behave correctly. And then I don't think it's naturally going to go down if I do that. So like that'll work, but I can't drop because you're not on it. Yeah, I'll show you what the test case was, which works really well for the test case. I think I have to expand it to do one more edge case, but this was what I built it for. You know, you're here, and the only time you need to go forward is if you're going down. So I can just naturally just drop onto this, and now I'm on this. And the heuristic is stay on the platform that you're already on. So if you're holding up, you can go up. And if you go forward, you just go forward. And that just works. Like just if you just press across, it'll just go where you're going. Left, right, hold up, goes up. So this works, but only if the thing that you're going onto slopes up. So if we wanted to go forward now, it's a little ambiguous if we had another thing behind here. So I think I need to specifically say, if you're not pressing down and it's ambiguous, choose the forward one. So in this concept, it would be, it's behind and above or behind. What is it? It's up and behind. I guess the thing here is like, and not angling away. That's the logic. So angling away is the renderer in front of us? In this case, the answer is yes, it's in front of, no, it's behind us. Or actually, no, this sucks. Yeah. The reason why what I did worked so well was because I'm checking to see what ground you already have. And I'm saying, should you switch from the other ground? Should I disable myself to keep you on the ground you're on? That's what this is currently doing. But instead, it needs to be, should I turn myself off to allow you to switch to the other ground, I think. So here, like if we just mock it up, the logic is this is still in development. Yep. The logic is I'm on this collider and you should ignore me because there's another collider who's what's the logic? What have I got right now? I'm not even doing any angle checks right now. I don't even, somehow I made it, I found the little edge case where I don't need to check which angle you're pressing. But now I need to. So it's something like if, what's my background? UX design. And a bit of animation, but mostly animation as a hobby. Self-taught developer, yeah. Professional UX designer, self-taught animator, self-taught artist, self-taught the rest of it. Some uni experience with coding. Okay, so it's something like if my slope doesn't match your direction, I think is the better question. But I also need to ask if there are any other platforms. So it's favor the platform you're on. No. Yeah, it's like pick the best platform of the possible platforms you could be on, is what it is. And the problem with that question is that you can't answer that question from a platform. You have to answer it from a place higher than the platforms, like abstracted, because, you know, it's like asking 50 people who's the tallest. They know how tall they are, but they don't know who's taller. And you don't need them all to check who's taller. You just need one person to check all of them and say, you know, you're the tallest. So in this context, how do I compare these two? Well, unfortunately, it probably has to come down to the player character. Or, I mean, some very tenuous logic here about like, can I make it so that you get snapped up as you go up? Something like that. Like you're just always on the highest unless you press a different direction or something like that. I don't know. I don't think we need to solve this right now. I think we can literally just get away with not solving this. And like, we'll be fine. How did I just make that jump before? Huh. That is tight. Not that, you know, not that I want it to be tight, but that's crazy that I just did that. Huh. Yeah, there you go. Okay. That's kind of fun. Pals, I gotta take a quick break. I gotta see if the internet's back first. And then if it's back, I'll switch over to it. We might drop out for a bit, but I gotta use my phone, and my phone is tethering because we dropped out before. So let me just see if I can get this working. Please stay posted. Damn it. All right, we're still here. Sweet. Okay. We dropped only for a sec as we switched over, but we're all good. So I will be back in... I'll be back in 5. Okay? 5 or 10. I'll see you in a bit. All right, we're back. So I think like for sure, this is like an unmitigated success. It would be nice to have like free control over the whole thing, you know, like it'd be great to be able to, oh, that's a bit weird. It'd be great to be able to like guarantee we could do anything. So maybe we should, what do you reckon? Do we put the time into it? Or do we just see what we can get away with using the current, you know, what we've just done so far? Better to put the time in now. I agree. I tend to agree, actually, on that one. This was called Climb, I think. Is it Climb? There was a feature that I added to allow you to grab onto platforms. Let me see if I can just doop. What are these tagged as? Is it actually just ledge? No, that's ledges. It's not that. It's platform 0. Oh, it is ledge, but it's tagged as one-way ground. Okay. Ledge, one-way ground. So if I grab this, I go... but I think that's doing something else. There might be a script on that. It has a platform script. I mean, that's easy enough to do. Literally just... I don't have to deal with any of the stuff I was just doing if I want to replace this with a platform. Go one-way ground, call it ledge, remove this, call this platform. I think this is looking for a box collider. No. So maybe that just works like that. Yeah, okay. So you could do that too. Maybe I should allow that as part of this other thing. These platform controllers. Pretty sure it's called hang. It's certainly not hanging bump. But it's not ledge control either. What is this called? It'll be on Armin. Behaviors, movement, hang behaviors. Platform hang control. Hey, Lathe. So how does this work? It's not a long script. all we need to do to get into this script is to have something with a tag of ledge. That's it. For physics overlap area all. That's literally it. And then when we enter it, we just set our position to be the Ymax of the thing. Oh, wow. That's it. So I actually can make this a hanging ledge right now. If I just grab this guy and just call you ledge, I can just... Nope. First of all, what did I make ledge? This one. Ledge, ground. Is it looking at a specific layer? Platform layer mask. Okay. Let's have a look. Only one-way ground. Interesting. Okay, so I have to make this one-way ground first. I see, but it won't become ground until after. So I don't really want that. What if I allow Armin to grab onto anything? What does that do? If I say, yeah, dude, sure thing, you can also grab onto ground. It's so interesting that he can't... Oh, hang on, I gotta take it off the layer. Back to ground. Okay. Oh, that just like totally works. Damn. The problem is that this needs to be like way narrower because it needs to be like a little ledge that you fall through like that. Sup, too good. So let's say I did that. Yeah, that's great. And then hypothetically, we could also make this a ledge as well, but this would be different. I think this would do that. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So actually, it looks like the layer mask for ledges for Armin can just be what they are. I don't actually need to make the layer mask one-way ground. I could just make it both. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. The drop-down logic doesn't work here because there's something in the way. Is it scramble? Is that what I called it? No. Clamber? Ledge lower. Yeah, it's... Yeah. This overlap check is causing problems. So I've got this thing where you can... if you are on a ledge, and that ledge is, I've got a few of them in the first part of the game, like hanging off of a corner, like this. You can hold down and press jump, and you'll go into the ledge grab position from there. So you can sort of do this without trying to jump and get it right. And that, I think, checks to see if there's nothing in front of you and something here. It's like specifically going, is there ground here but not there? It's just like doing a visual check. But that ground needs to ignore it needs to ignore things that you can't collide with, basically. But overlap area all doesn't take that into account. It just goes, hey, is there something there or not? So instead, I need to do, I've got this little like script extension where I can do I just put an E on the end of physics 2D. And then I need overlap point and overlap area all. So let's go to, I think it's in self-awareness actually. No, it's in helpers. Okay. Public static overlap area all. Public static overlap point. Let's just go check that. So it is overlap area all and overlap point. And it's a position and then a layer mask. And then this is, what is this? This is AB layer mask. So point layer mask, AB layer mask. Yep, sweet. So we literally just say colliders equal, yeah, exactly. Yes, exactly this. That's what I want. And then same thing here. No, not quite. I don't think that's right. This returns a collider 2D. Oh, okay. But it might have to be all. Or even area all. Wait, is there such thing as point all? Point layer mask. It's an array of collider 2Ds. And then you got to do the for each. Yeah, okay, I see. And then am I doing the check? Clear gap is null. Yep. This, I think, was just a normal collider 2D. I'm just doing, this doesn't include all, but I need to check all just in case one of them isn't part of the filter. Don't worry about it. Should work. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. And then it's strictly this section here. Hot reload, dude. hot reload is really, really good for little changes. It just runs in the background. Any changes to existing variables don't get updated. Like, you don't have to recompile. Still no good. Whoa, whoa, whoa. How come that didn't go? Oh, it did go. But I can't... Unless there's literally no ledge there. Am I... There is one. Okay. It's insane. It's actually... If you aren't using hot reload, you're just finding yourself 5 seconds every 2 minutes of your life. You're just losing that forever. You know? It could be 15 seconds. You're just... Did I say 5 minutes? 5 seconds. It's like anywhere between 10 and 30 seconds every like couple of minutes, you're just losing it in Unity if you're not using hot reload. Okay, so if subject here is the... oh, I see. I wasn't providing that. Like that, didn't have to do it. I just added those things, made those changes. Code works. No recompile. Honestly, Elzak, I'd take it. I'd take it. I'd prefer to like do a task than to wait. You know, if that was actually the choice we were making, give me the task. As long as I don't have to sit around waiting for the thing, doing nothing. Darkened. Walaikum assalam. Kif. Updates ledge lower scrambling to cooperate with a platform controller. Pretty good. Bismillah. It's not your choice. Wait, you don't use hot reload? Dude, have you tried it? It's Elzak, it's so good. You don't realize. Maybe, I don't know, maybe the Unity projects you're using aren't that big. I think if you're like just starting out, it's no big deal. But you have to know that like at a certain point it becomes infuriating. I couldn't work on Insignia without it. It would kill me. So this here is a problem. Yeah, like literally you just have to reload the asset database. Like you just have to you can do a hard compile and get around that problem of not knowing if the cache is creating a faulty state. Yeah, but managing assemblies, I don't know. There are other reasons why you wouldn't want to do it. Like I can change things at runtime, you know? I can make this like, right now I could say this is 10. Right? You can't do that without a hot reload. Ignore them. Ignore the sounds. Like, you could do both. You can have hot reload and use assemblies if you want. Question about lighting. Too Good Toucan says, are the Insignia sprites shaded with a light from the top or top left or top with light from top left or top right? They're from the top front is how they're lit mostly. Yo, chat on YouTube. I've been totally missing your messages. My gosh. Hey, Zach Morris. Hey, Vatra Medicine. Hey, no artist available. No, I lost connection before. Hey, Lameless. Did you hear about Unity 7 and its core CLR? I did hear about it. Yeah. I just think, like, as a heuristic, I get why you feel that way, Elzak. But also, if you haven't used it, you should use it. Like, try it and then have an opinion. I get the blanket logic. Well, deterministic rollback code might be the one exception. I could probably abide that. So why is this not working? Let's go all the way back. Close everything we got open to platform controller, angling away. Character is dropping, character is below, character has other platform. That's the one that's supposed to be true. Hey, Swizz. Oh, good luck. I hope it works out smoothly. Hope you get everything across and nothing gets damaged and it's all happy. I'm happy for you. Okay, so if this, our sorting order is greater than get sorting order. Debug.log. We never get to this check. False. Okay. So for whatever reason, this from ground collider, we can't get component in children renderer and have that work. Why is that? That's because we're here. There's the collider. Ah, it's not in children. That will do it. That's a shame. I really don't want to traverse. I guess we could say route. Ugh. ugly, but what? That is insane, dude. I guess I could just say what I was doing before. There you go. That is such an ugly check, dude. I hate that. But it works. Okay. Awesome. Control Shift Enter. Commit and push. Cool. Well, we did it. The only other thing we would want to do was, yeah, make a distinction between what happens if this and this share the same X. Oh, also, oh, it's not doing the noise right now. Okay, it was doing it before. It was doing that. All right, well, whatever. So, what should the logic be? Let's ask Leonardo. Sketch this bad boy out. So I've got you. This is edge chain A. And I've got edge chain B, which is in line, but looks a bit like that. How are you approaching branches in Git? If I'm working on a feature that is a perfectly clean break from my current data, like my current working branch, like I want to experiment with something totally new, and I don't know if I want to move forward with it, like it's like a prototype thing and I'm really not sure if it's validated yet, I'll make a new branch for it. I have branches for the different team members working on specific different things. If I'm just building out stuff in a forward manner as a solo dev, you could just leave everything on the main thread. It's not a big deal on the main branch. It's really if you want to explore like two different things at the same time, or keep it really modular so that you're working on some things and then you're working on something else on a different task that needs a stable state while you're working on it. Like maybe I'm working on some sound related stuff and separately working on some like control related stuff. And I don't really want the half broken control code to screw up and cause exceptions while I'm working on the sound stuff. So I put them on two separate branches, work on this when I'm working on this, work on that when I'm working on that. And then when they're both stable, merge them in individually or whatever. That would be a way to do it. I don't know how other devs do it, but that's what I would say. Okay. So the question here is, it's literally got to be in this moment, but the problem is, it's not there actually. It's really here as with before. And the challenge is so again, we have vertices that we can use to check. While these two are exactly aligned, there's no way to check this against this. That's just not possible. Or at least I'm not interested in doing it. I'm not going to say, hey, where is the player character? Which direction are you moving? Which edge chain has a longer edge in this direction? It's not worth what I want to do. So instead, we end up in this position where the only time we can compare these things, yep. The only time we can compare these things in a practical way, in a stateless way, is here, when there is an actual difference between the two edge chains directly under the player character. So at this point, this is our body. Now we can say something like which one is higher, or which one has a tangent that's closer to the input direction that we're pressing. So that is fine. I mean, the only problem is, well, we got to do this every frame anyway, so we might as well just do it and let it rock and see what happens. Yeah, we have currently a heuristic of stay on the platform you're on, which I think was not a bad one when we were doing the test case of this. This is quite obvious, like I'm moving this way. I'm pressing forward, but my character's moving this way. If I keep pressing forward, my character keeps moving this way. It's not great, but the current thing that I'm building is going to override that logic and instead make it do this. Hopefully we never do this. Hopefully it's more like this. In which case, I think holding down is okay, an okay expectation. I'll try not to put the player in ambiguous situations, but I think that's the answer, is like support it, have a blanket rule, but just don't design the game in an ambiguous way anyway. Because this is what we're about to implement, is this option, because this is identical to this in terms of the logic of what we're doing. Right? Whether we were here in the past or not is irrelevant. Doesn't really matter where we were coming from. So, or at least I don't want it to. I don't want to add too many heuristics and too many variables. I just want to say, what button are you pressing? What directions do you have to go in? Go that way. Yeah, certainly this, if you're pressing left, you expect to go left. I agree. Okay, so the logic is, at this moment, of the things underneath me, which one is most aligned to my current direction? Now, first thing is this, the way I'm currently doing this is I have this thing called self-awareness, and it picks a ground collider. And it does that based on like whichever ground collider it collides with first, based on overlap, physics overlap area. So, that is what it is. And I could bias this. I could put the check here and say which slope direction is the one closest to the direction the player is pressing, in which case auto, pick the ground that is, and then we don't have to do any platform logic. But I don't want to do that in this case because, well, hang on. Well, no, because the player character actually doesn't... This is subject to the platforms using ignore. So actually, this won't even pick up platforms that aren't enabled for the player character to collide with. So this has to happen on the platform. And so again, this comes to... I don't want it to be a race condition. I don't want it to be like who checked first. And they can't set themselves as the platform. They just don't have authority. So I think it has to be like a submit me as candidate and let me know if I win. Like an event callback. Like, hey, I think I could be the platform. And then there's like one system, and on late update, it goes, you are the platform. But then, yeah, I guess it would be pairs. It would be like every character in the game. I don't really want to do that. I actually want to solve this in one go if I can. So then I guess I allow... Actually, this is totally fine. It's actually fine because what I can do is I can make the assumption that the only time this isn't going to be selected is if it's not the current ground. So I can say, set me as ground if I'm a better match than the one you've already got. I can do that. I can kind of just like steal it and keep it stateless. So then, if the character is dropping, this character has other platform. I think there's something here if like... Hang on a second. Is the current ground renderer in front of us? This should be angling towards. It's so hard because this is a should ignore. So it's like, don't ignore if you're above and behind. Okay. Oh, there's so many knots. Let's try that. Let's try that. Okay. So the favorable angle is this. If there is an existing ground that's not us, compare the character's input direction to see if our tangent is closer than theirs to the player. One problem. No, it's fine. That'll work. Okay. Shush you. There was a thing here about getting the edge or something. I must have deleted it. Okay. Okay. So this should be do I need to do that? Can I not have like an optional out? Oh, I can. I just need a version that looks like this. Sneaky, sneaky. And I can't take that away, right? Yep. Okay. I'm not convinced by this. Are we doing the controller? Hey, Pixel Fireplace, your name color has changed to purple. We're not doing dot product. We're just doing four-way. We're just doing, you know, octal. Yeah. North, south, east, west, northeast, north, northeast, north, east. No. North, south, east, west, northeast, southeast, southwest, northwest. G'day, Squeams. I don't think this is right. I think this is a bit of a vibe, but we'll see what happens. I got so much done today, Fireplace, on this thing. I wish you could see what I got done today. Whoa, that just worked. That just worked. The vibes win. Ready? Oh, oh. I just want to make sure I got that right. Hang on. I mean, I should be able to make it a mess like this. That should be acceptable. But I'll just be sure about it. Yeah, man. Oh, hang on. That wasn't great. It did one, it screwed up once. I think it's because in this moment, what's happening? We are, I mean, it's considered off, it looks like. This is the only on one. Why? And then so I need like a debug system here. I'll do it. Up and away, web. Yeah, I just want to literally see in the inspector which of the reasons is one of the 12 reasons why. 13 reasons? It's this, it's not that one, it's that one. Okay. So we have other platform and we should be using the other platform. And by this point here, you're already below it. Ah, I see. So it's like too late. It's like, if we don't get the check in time, we're going to go straight down because we're already considered, Armin is already considered below this ledge. So it's like, well, the last frame you were on, we were on at level playing ground, so I'm not a more suitable angle. But by this frame, we're already below, so it's too late for us to think about it. Huh. That's very interesting. It doesn't feel like that should be the logic, though. Because, like, it's there. Like, if we take this over to here. Okay. Everything's good, everything's good, everything's good. It's by here. Oh, I think it's because we're already at a place where we're not supposed to be a match until the angle is more favorable for us. But like, that should be it. That is the angle, right? That's it there. So like, it's more favorable for this guy. So then why doesn't he want it? This guy, right? Yeah. Why doesn't he want the ball? Pass him the controller, man. It's this use other platform is winning. We're not actually below. It's just use other platform. Okay. So should use other platform is this, has other platform and doesn't have a more favorable angle. So actually it is this. This isn't quite right. That's good. We can fix this because we never wrote this. So let's think about the angle that we want. Hey, Universal, how's it going? I think we want to normalize these, first of all. Oh, and this is just a straight less than? That's wrong. Okay, that's all stupid. Oh, wait, but why is it less than? The distinction, it's the delta between the tangent and the current direction. Ah, I see. But we want to I think we want to absolute value the x-axis on these so that they feel the same both ways. Dot product between all relevant pairs should give you the closest pair as closest to zero. This is okay. I think this is fine. This is delta. But we need this to be, well, I mean, they should be comparable because they're both in the same winding and the player character is moving in the same direction. So I just want to log this. Oh, it's both? Oh, well, that's a problem. Maybe it's just the edge selection that's happening is not great. They both think that their angle is 0. Oh, they literally both... This is two separate... Hang on. Oh, it's the same guy checking twice. Okay. So, who is the other? Closed sprite shape 1 checking against closed sprite shape. So that's this guy against this guy. That's perfect. It's the right matchup at least. So then why does he think that the edge for point of the other edge at the character's foot point is that? What are the two? Okay, so let's get the two. Other edge equals. So other edge is, oh, it actually is a straight line, man. 0.57 on the Y, 0.19 on the Y. Here's a little trick for you. Create an empty game object and just drag it where you think that where the number is. So like they're saying it's 413 on the x-axis. $413. This could be local. That might be really annoying. It's not the actual. Hang on a second. I need the world space versions of these, I think. It shouldn't be a big difference. It's probably the same thing either way. That is weird though. Top edges. Get top edges from polygon. This is the world space, right? Okay, no, these are all world space. Okay. So I'm just a bit confused because it feels like we're inverted, but anyway. So 413 is basically where I am. And 517 must be down here, right? Okay, yeah, that's the correct spot. So then where is your brother? 828. Oh, it's using this edge. Oh, that's just straight up wrong. Okay. This could be a different... It could just be that this one's not set up correctly. It's not even... Yeah, dude, what the hell? Is it another winding issue? I might have to fix that. So this guy here... If I go to the sprite shape and can I reset that? Not the renderer, the controller. And then go, okay, 1, 2, we won't upset anything. 3, 4. Because that should 100% be... that not the right? Is that too steep? I think that worked. Yep. Okay. So now what's the reason? So we look at shape 1, which is that guy, and he says, yep, we're using the other platform. And now it says, okay, it says the other edge is going from .428, which was, it is this, right? It's got to be this. Yeah, 0.51 to 657303, which is here. Okay, so it actually is saying, okay, this is the angle that we're picking over this guy. And even though our edge has like the same y axis on both, so actually we're almost there. We're doing a really good job. I think it's this that's bad. If we like compare the tangents, oh, okay, there is actually a value here. So this is like all x, no y, and theirs is a bit of x, a bit of y. So shouldn't that be really obvious at this point? That, oh, I see. If the input is nothing, these will be even. So when I'm stepping slightly, when I'm doing it really slowly, it's actually less reliable because I'm providing an input of 0. So the deltas actually don't work. So I think I need to say like vector to character input.dir if vector to if dir. If dir equals vector to 0, dir is right. That's what I want to do. Okay, so still no good. Still no good. I want to try something here. Is this biased? Nope. That's crazy, man. How can it be? Okay. Okay. Instead of exact equals, you normalize. Make sure you're checking the right values. Two vectors are aligning at dot of 1, 0 would be perpendicular. Well, hang on a second. Hang on a second. Let's see what the direction is. If we don't collapse this, clear it. Okay, so it is signed. Make sure you're checking the right values. Two vectors aligning are a dot of 1, 0, which would be perpendicular. I'm just talking about the input and the tangent, not the normal. I'm not checking the normal of the edges if that's what we're talking about. I'm taking point A, point B. This is my edge. What is that slope? The only thing is that that slope, if depending on which one you check first, is going to be either up or down. Well, sorry, it's either up this way or down that way, which are the opposites. So I think we need to normalize, not just normalize, but we need to like normalize the, not normalize, it's like abs the X and the Y on both of them. Not X and Y, just X. Still no good. Well, they are normalized. They're normalized here. Then we take the tangent. We get the absolute value of that. So now the tangents are proper. They're normalized. They're sanitized. The angle delta is what we're most interested in. So debug.log our angle delta. And let's see what that gives us. So the problem here is that it's 179. It's got to be 180 minus that, or because 180 is like the opposite. Actually, we'll just do the same thing with our. This is actually going to be fine if we make this right. Now the delta should be like 0. No? Okay. Interesting. Okay, now we're good. Now we're good. Hey, we fixed it. So now we just need to turn this one off in this context. Because if I'm pushing down and to the right, it shouldn't be on anymore. So yeah, the thing is, this doesn't know how to disable itself. Ah, that sucks. Ah, I just realized there's no way to check this. I can't tell. Oh, that sucks. I can drop down. I can't walk down because there's no reason ever to check this. This just doesn't have any reason to check. A platform can turn itself on, it can turn itself off, but it can't steal the player's groundedness. I have hot reload. It's really good. Tell your friends. The hot reload plugin, it's amazing. Yeah. So if I'm pressing like down, that's not enough reason to drop. If I'm pressing forward and down, it's still not enough reason to drop because it doesn't know that there's a platform underneath it. That's the sticky thing. This guy doesn't know. So yeah. When it was stay on the platform you're already on, it worked because you were always going to go down unless you pressed up. But this is 3 different ways. So which way is the default way? Yeah, we sort of need to... I don't want to have an object that's tracking all 3. Well, I'm not checking for like a collider below. I'm not checking 3 colliders. I'm just checking... Each platform is checking itself against the player and the player's current ground. That's all. So in this instance here, I am the player's current ground, and this guy is the player's current ground. This guy is just a guy above that, and this guy's a guy above that. They know each other. They understand who this is because this is the player's ground. When I'm here, this guy knows he's the player's ground. This guy knows this guy's the player's ground, but that he's not. And this guy knows he's not either. The thing is, this guy is not checking everybody else. This flat ground is not saying, hey, is there someone better suited than me to be the ground? It's not doing that. Everything is an O of 1 check because it's only checking itself versus the player and the player's collider. So if I add some sort of like arbitration step, I have to check everybody against everybody else, which I don't want to do. So like selecting up is just me, this dark guy versus the current ground. He can check the current ground and say, I'll turn myself on, and then the player will just bias towards whoever's on because they're higher, right? Like if you snap a slope on, if I was, you know, here, and then you toggle this collider on, you're going to get pushed up into it. That's just, you know, because the player's transform is up here and the box is there. So like by turning it on, you steal control. So he can steal control, but the bottom one can't steal control because you're not even touching it. And you can't like, yeah, like I'd have to turn this guy off. Turning myself on is easy. Turning somebody else off is kind of a breach of protocol. But that's what would have to happen here. The bottom collider would have to turn the middle collider off so that we could jump on the bottom collider. No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm just thinking about what I would want to do here. I don't need advice necessarily. I guess because every collider should have agency over its own onness. So it can't be this guy turning this guy off. It should be this guy turning himself off because of this guy. But this guy isn't in memory because he's not part of the context. There's no like candidate colliders. Unless I put him on a static thing. I could do that. I do have a static thing for this. But that's the thing, Pixel Fireplace. If the bottom one, this is what I had before. The bottom one is the default. But how do you not choose the default? If I'm walking forward and the bottom one is the default, then going forward will go down instead. If I'm just holding the controller across, how would I choose to go forward if forward goes down? Can't they shapecast on enable to collect the overlapping colliders? Yeah, I just don't. It's not how do we do this? Is there an easier way than that? That's what I want to do, because I've got this like really tight minimal solution that doesn't involve everyone collecting data about everybody else. Like I'm so close and I just need this like one more step. And I'm not just looking for a solution. I'm looking for a solution that's neat. So it's really just like, yeah, can I somehow... I mean, that's great. I just want down and right to do that. I'll think about it. I want to stop talking. I only have like a minute or two here. Yeah, I feel like the answer is arbitration step in the middle. I think that's just it. Okay. The hell? Okay. I think Unity just told us it's time to wrap up. Did you see that? I had some sort of memory issue. I think it's time to end the stream, pals. Thank you so much for checking it out. I'll write down a little thing so I can remember what I was doing. So the solution is platform angle arbitration. Okay, I think the answer is so early, 6 o'clock, 6 p.m., buddy. See ya, Jaragification. All right, so it's... Stream didn't start late. I started, well, half an hour late. Okay. What's the answer to this? What was I saying? Just shush. I need to think about what I'm saying. Platform angle arbitration. So send pairs to static arbitrator character edge or character platform. Yeah, it dropped out in the middle. Okay, that's easy. All right. So we have a bunch of colliders that are candidates. They'll say, hey, I could be this guy's ledge if he wanted me to. And then each of them put their lot in. They say, I'm angle 20, I'm angle 0, I'm angle 180. And then on late update, this thing goes, you get to be the ledge. And then it becomes the ledge. The end. Okay. That'll work. I gotta go, pals. So let's find someone to raid and get the heck out of here. We got anybody else live? Nobody else is live? Nobody on Twitch, just me. I'm the only guy. Let's raid Booyah today. Or maybe Togglebit. It's been a while. Thanks, chat. It was a pleasure. Wishlist Insignia on Steam if you are a real one. We do consulting now. If you're interested. It looks like this. You can have a meeting with me for like an hour and a half. We can chat. I can help you out with your work. We could do stuff to do with design, pictures, mechanics, just getting my impressions on your Steam page, whatever you want. All right, that's it. That's the stream. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.